So now I gotta verify how I'm doing on equipment. Dakota, Diablo, Nimby, Carsley, how's you guys doing, man? Like, I feel like I probably have enough stuff to not really have to worry about it, but at the same time, I also kind of wonder. Almost fell off a roof. Oh, jeez. Stay safe there, Judicato. Yeah, ask your journeyman about placing vehicle loss and some ideas. Definitely good luck on getting that sorted. For what it's worth right now, I'm just kind of waiting on everything to get sorted. Anti-OSHA. I mean, that's fair. Remember, we hate safe workplaces in this house. Stupid bureaucrats that don't understand what they got. For what it's worth, Loki's luck isn't that high on account of the fact that he did die in Endgame, so... Or no, that was Infinity War. Marvel mentioned! On the topic of mentioning Marvel, Invincible finally came out with the new season. Let's go! Let's go! Doesn't it just make you wanna just start soy facing all over? No, we're playing with technology. You guys sibling caught by a piece of metal I was carrying. The roof was covered in a... Oh, God! Dude, that is dangerous. Yeah, I hope you're staying safe, Adjudicato. That is wild, jeez. Fair, I suppose. But it's rather I'm trying to make my current workplace work. If I'm able to get just the right combination of extra hours, I shouldn't have to worry about anything at least. Hey, like for example, next week, I'm working 6 days that week, and I get to work 2 double shifts. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. say though, I actually do appreciate it. That's why the double shift for me is like a normal shift for most people. I don't even know if normal shifts even exist at this point. I swear. You know how hard it is to find a full-time job anywhere? Fuck. Ugh. God. I'm gonna be honest with you, Judicato. That is not bad pay right there. Okay, so the problem is I get good pay. I don't get good hours though. Like that's the issue. I get good pay. I just my hours are trash. I bet if I was an AI actual Indian, it would be easier to find one. That is probably true. That is probably true. Wherever unions have a mandatory 40 hours paid minimum, even if you can't work those 4. Oh god, that is you got him over a barrel in that case. Jeez. Let me be honest. I'm not crazy big on unions, admittedly. But I definitely can't say I wouldn't take too much issue having the benefits. Ooh. My main issue with them is mostly just, you know... having to deal with the overall, Yes, that is my issue. It is the bureaucracy and the commie garbage. My main issue is like one of the problems I have with union work is that you end up basically trading one master for another, it seems. You know, it's like everybody sits down and acts like, oh, the union cares. They don't care. There's some bureaucrat getting their pay at the end of the day. Same as it the employer. It's a whole messed up system that needs to be fixed regardless. And you'll hear so many people be over in like one place or another. Just freaking, they will sit down and say so much. Like, act like unions are like the greatest thing ever. Completely disregarding any negatives that could possibly exist. Because how could the unions ever have problems? You know, it's not like our schools are basically completely bent over a barrel by a freaking group of teachers unions who absolutely refuse to even care even in the slightest about the well-being of the children that they're here to teach. That is fair, Judicato. I'm looking for something specific though with some of the other stuff. I don't know if it's ever gonna spawn though at this rate. It's kind of just like one of those things where I'm kind of like hoping it pops up, but I also have a feeling it won't. Because if I recall correctly, it's like a 1% spawn rate in, I think, specifically gun shops. Fair enough there. Don't get me wrong though. I enjoy sticking it to the corporations as much as anybody else does because I absolutely despise them. But I also admit, I'm also not really somebody who likes much of I don't like anybody in power in the modern age. Because the world's run by pedophiles, and that's just something you have to accept. But I don't want to accept it. I don't want to accept it. It's like the HR representative who will sit down and act like they're on your side, you know? They're not on your side. They're the HR representative. The HR representative is a test from God to see how far a man can fall into sin. Return to Odin and bring back a proper king. Maybe. Maybe. The guy just watches his buddy get turned into a freaking paste after I shoot a magic gun at him. And he decides to just keep rolling with it. Again, orcish crime statistics make me question a lot of opinions I have towards orcs. It's like on one hand, on one hand, most of the statistics may very well be gnomish propaganda. On the other hand, I have never once been stopped by anything that wasn't an orc. Makes you think. Makes you think. This, by the way, is what I'm going to be doing for a bit, probably just going back and forth, back and forth. He just stopped talking to you at all. He's probably traumatized. Good! If that HR representative isn't begging for the sweet release of death, then frankly you haven't done enough. I hate HR and everything they stand for. Yeah, me and my homies all use problem solvers. Yes, that is all it is. That is the fourth group of orcs to attack us today. You'd think the orcs would be wise enough to not, to think twice about attacking the person wearing power armor, but, It's like, yes, the group wearing exclusively power armor, followed by a half ogre and 3 automatons. This can only end in my favor. Give 200 coin or die. And then funny liquid noises. Also, Tarant has public transit. Why doesn't ex-American City do better? Come on. This is kind of just what it's gonna be for a bit now. I just really want to get the flamethrower schematics. I really want to play around with that weapon and see what happens. Marlins does have a formula to check the intimidation value of PC armor stats, level reputation, and body to justify it. And 3 values of hostile PC. That's actually kind of interesting, honestly. I'll be honest, wouldn't it be kind of wild if you could just walk up, like, okay, let's say this. If you have a high enough level on some things, you could walk up to a bandit camp and just straight up extort them. You just extort the bandits. Plastic, time bomb, bullets. Where's the flamethrower? Come on! I know there's a flamethrower in this game. I just know it has a really low spawn rate. That'd be like a peak chaotic good move to be able to make it a game. Just be able to walk up to a bunch of bandits and be like, yeah, alright, listen up. Here's the pecking order, guys. And then they're just like, oh God, please don't, just take whatever you want. Leave us alone. But only if you're also high-key a psychopath that kills people almost daily. make it work. You know, the day that the nerds stopped doing cocaine was the day that the games industry just died. You know it. I know it. And now it's just a bunch of losers who constantly refer to themselves as geeks. Even though, in all honesty, geek is far beneath the nerd. Remember, the nerd and the geek are natural enemies. One must hate the other. Yes, I agree. I agree. Todd Howard killed the games industry. So, what do I have now to work on? I'll yank that. And, maybe I should just start putting points in the chemistry. Can also start putting points in the strength. Which does get me somewhere. Oh my god, I have a damage bonus of 2. Let's go. Let's go. Nah. Chemistry. I don't use hammers. Hammers are for brutish creatures that are incapable of comprehending the gun, as George Washington wanted us to do. After all, if the founding fathers were around today, they would be advocating for, why doesn't everybody have one of those nuke things? Every time I see that news star, I want to edit his own comedic ones. That's probably a legit option. I like the concept though. Look, I'm gonna be honest. It's a low-key aspect of the game that you're probably not gonna think about very often. But I love the newspaper in this game. Whoa! Hold on. Ogre destroy. What the frick? This is a new enemy. Where have these guys been? Unfortunately for him, he's not gonna be able to. Alright, what's he got on him? Large basic plate, man. Rusty broadsword. God, looks like that is like the most intimidating army you possibly could have. And then just rusty broadsword. You were so close. Wait, so is that thing a fully blooded ogre? I guess the implication here is that that thing is just straight up a full-blooded ogre. Wild find. Wild find. Too bad he's dead now. I missed one enemy and hit another one. That's kind of wild, actually. Did I just have an XCOM 1 moment? It would have been perfect if, like, you know. I mean, I don't know. I guess I was just kind of hoping you'd have, like, something that wasn't trash. I mean, he was like level 30 and he's carrying around a rusty broadsword. Like, come on, at least like equip him with something good. I mean, like, look, man, like I have Sog over here. Hold on. I've got Sog over here equipped with a balanced sword. It's not much, but it does damage. Yeah, it's a fast sword that does a lot of damage. That's what it is. You got that guy over there. He's just like... He's just sad is what he was. Pyrotechnic gun, huh? Is this what I'm looking for? We should just run the superheated bullets so much more damage than conventional ammunition. The pyrotechnic gun takes full advantage of this fact by showing our opponent in these tiny infernos. They suffer both the impact and subsequent burns. Be twice as smart and twice as deadly. I don't think this is what I was thinking of. I have the ability to make the long range pistol though, right? Do I? Now I'm curious on, is it... That might also be a craft item. Crazy! We got DLC to go along with our other stuff. I can probably make this though. I can make the looking glass rifle. And gun chassis or whatever. Well, I guess I'm gonna see if I can go about making one of these. Let's see. Buy a gun chassis and... That is all I can afford right now. The good news is that I have the magnesium already, so I really just need a looking glass rifle, which is... Hold on, actually, I still need another gun. Okay, so I need a looking glass rifle, which is... A marksman rifle and a looking glass. Hey! Don't hard art. Come on. Gah. I am poor. Wasn't not expensive, was it? Or... Why don't you go craft yourself up a paycheck? The shopkeep said, and it was very rude of him. It was very rude of him. If you fancy yourself a crafter, maybe you can craft yourself up a paycheck. this was a personal attack. And I will craft up a paycheck. Nah, they patched out they patched out the old infinite money YouTube glitch a while ago. Now the only way to do it is basically to compromise any and all ideals of creativity, and instead just basically create a bunch of slop garbage that is easily consumed by the masses, but not really something that the average person cares for. Also, I need more batteries for my gun! Oh yeah, now I can make flamer, and I can make fuel. Actually, let's see here. Short bar. Where's East Wine? I've had this recipe for so long. I honestly never thought until today that it'd actually be used. 50 fuel, just like that. Okay, unironically, that is what I want to make. I want the flamethrower. Alright, look, I wanna at least immolate one orc, okay? If I can't immolate a single orc, what am I doing wrong with my life then? Wait, do I have the mechanized gun schematics? Hold on a sec. I do, yeah. So a Peter rifle and an auto-loading cannon. Or auto-loading chamber. Speaking of, I'll say a marksman rifle. Actually, okay, how do you make a repeating rifle? I think this is in the regular stuff, though. Yeah, it's gonna be a hunting rifle and a revolver chamber. Why do you path out the window? Stop trying to jump out windows. Why does our protagonist try to be a freaking Hollywood action hero? Everywhere they go. This is the Flammenwerfer. It werfs Flammen. I want to stress, by the way, how disappointed I am that it took me this long to discover the storage crate exists. Okay, is that enough or do I need more? I might need more. Yeah, I need more. speed. My God. You know, maybe down the line I could look into making a build that is primarily built around using the mechanized gun. One issue this thing does have though is that it fires like 6 bullets per shot, which is ridiculously expensive. Don't buy it. It's really expensive. Yeah, 6 bullets per shot. It's ridiculous. But for what it's worth, the 25 speed is pretty... Ooh, yikes. With 25 speed, you could probably get off 3 or 4 shots this thing. And at 1 to 30 damage, definitely doesn't have... Definitely won't have issues in terms of like actually doing damage. I do admit a steampunk minigun would have been a very cool thing to have in this game. But I don't think that exists. I think that's like gonna be my only complaint. And I think we probably would have seen something like that in maybe a sequel. Like, I'm just saying, you know, power armor, minigun. We've come full circle. It's just Fallout again. It's just Fallout again, but this time we have half ogres instead of super mutants. Like, if Chris Avalon can get over all of his belly aching about how Van Buren never happened, all I'm saying, dude, Arcanum 2. Get in touch with Activision or whatever, and just and make Arcanum 2. Who's also owned by Xbox. Dude, that'd be like one of the weirdest announcements I'd ever hear. I mean, for what it's worth, I'm pretty sure there is just straight up a cannon weapon in this game. No! Hold on! This requires my full attention. This requires my full attention. Morrowind remake? Morrowind remake! I'm not seeing anything so far looking into it. I mean, I'm seeing stuff about a fan project, but I don't care about fan projects. Fan projects are kind of, honestly. No, but those themselves are cracking it, are doing this, then, you know, there will be blood. There must be blood. The world calls for violence. Yeah, it looks like it's just Skywind, which... Oh, jeez. I love remakes. I love remakes. Yeah, like, okay, so, like, yeah, like, I think the fastest firing gun in the game is just the mechanized gun. Wait, Harmonious Maxim is the factor on Crown. Oh! That guy gives you the mechanized gun schematic? Oh wait, no, I guess you gotta kill him for it. I guess you can steal it from him. Crazy. Anyways. I mean, if you want to dig it up now, you're free to. Just so you know. I'll look over it. Just, you know. Anyways, back to Arcanum. Ironically, the flamethrower has very low requirements for use. Well, I'm stuck again. This is looking like we're gonna be here for a minute. So, anyways. How's everyone's day been? How's the week been treating you so far? Hump day! Hump day! We are over the hump. Of course, today's my Monday, basically, so... This is just where I am. But... Sleep, eat, gym, fair. No joke, Diablo. I can't see the game either. Hold on, let me see if this will fix it. Classic fix. Classic fix. No, the game. Okay, so here's what happens. Sometimes when you try to open the game back up, it just doesn't want to open. This is what happens when you're dealing with games that are ancient. So I'm just here, waiting. Finally, alright. Steam, but lightly modded. Not really on anything in particular, mostly just periodic snacking throughout the day. Never actually working. The way typically the best way to enjoy most old games is gonna be you never play an old game vanilla. Yeah, but I'm not really too worried though about playing most old games, cause like I just kind of have come to expect that if a game is like above a certain age, you just have to basically get a compatibility patch for it regardless. It's life, and life is unfair. we're on DOS. Unfortunately, DOS isn't really playable anymore. Accelerator gun. That might be a new one, actually. See, speed up and increase the power of the charge accelerator gun illustrates this clearly and fatally, but using the magnetic forces of an electric coil. With the chest here, Peter rifle, this amazing weapon fires ammunition farther with more destructive power than any weapon to date. Incredible, but true. Interesting. If the game's not old enough to drink, it's not old enough to play. That's just how it is. But then again, that's a lot of classic games nowadays. Welcome to Growing Up. You're retro. Though this game is old enough for no one to care about it anymore. Honestly, I was raised on games that were pretty old on it, realistically speaking, so it doesn't really matter too much. Like PS1, original Xbox. Those are pretty much outdated throughout my childhood, which is kind of funny to think about. Like, I kind of remember when like games were still being ported to some consoles, but like... Then again, the Nintendo Wii, I think, single-handedly kept a lot of things alive. Didn't play Morrowind on the Xbox, no. Nah, I mostly played games like the original Splinter Cell. You know what's funny? Never played Halo. Never played Halo. This was unrated. I was little and I couldn't play though. I couldn't play the scary games with all the guns. Morrowind on the original Xbox is kind of royal on account of the fact that Spyro the Dragon was the first game I ever played on PS1. PS1 library is admittedly a little bit, is a bit light. Honestly, the funniest thing now I think about it is that I actually think I got the most out of some old PS1 demo discs. I probably got more out of those than anything else. Now that I think about it. It's just a little bit funny to think about. Apparently one of my earliest ones is watching my dad play Max Payne on the PC. My dad is a bit of a gamer. But he kind of stopped after they did, because they didn't want me to become a serial killer or something. I'd say that they're probably being dramatic, but I guess the guy turned out now. They were probably right. I think it was the PS4 that was the last console I ever owned. After that, I never bought another console again. The pyrotechnic gun is very interesting. Wonder how much I can sell it for. Smuggler Mark, welcome, let's even. Maybe, but you should remember, I got a big backlog. Do I have the high velocity pistol? What do you mean you won't buy the pyrotechnic gun? Come on, it's a unique item. It's a cool gun. Sets things on fire. I didn't know the schematic. And they charged accelerator gun, fancy pistol. Oh! Oh, frick! It's an old schematic. Wait, so is the high velocity pistol just a railgun? Now I'm a little bit curious about that one. Because if so... just wild. Look, I don't care about Chinese celebrities. I prefer to hear stories about a big facsimile of a person that may or may not have existed at some point and lived a horrible life because they lived in during the Chinese Empire. No, a classic story, a good story. None of this emperor, what's his name, and his 1,000-year-long dynasty that nobody actually cares about. It's all Han in the end. It's the same group every single time. Where's my alt history where they actually invented the Philosopher's Stone and they ended up with a god king who just refused to die? Well, if Big Yahoo is saying it's not a lot, it's not a lot. I'm sorry, guys. You know, I'm gonna be honest. I think out of all of the new gods, Netanyahu might be my favorite. There's something about him, you know. There's just a bit of a vibe there. Guys, we did it! We got the flamethrower. Let's go. God, we're an hour in, but we finally got the flamethrower. Let's go. It's a fire obstruction and a repeater rifle. Also, Anarchy, welcome. What's even? I'm on this. What's you doing? But yeah, and I said this earlier, but Yaqub and Netanyahu can never be allowed to meet. The battle would be too much. The world wouldn't be able to handle it. Oh no. Well, no, they're both still alive. They just ascended as new gods, you know? They're stronger than ever. You gotta remember your history. This stuff is important, Winters. Okay, so hunting rifle, revolver chamber. It's... Yeah, okay, hunting rifle. And there's no way I can afford this. Alright, gotta gather up all... Gotta go get some monies. The good news is that flamethrowers are at least cheap. I'm telling you, they've achieved. They both achieved enlightenment, and now they. At some point, you know, somebody's gonna, you're gonna have like some, some white kid and some Jewish kid are gonna be arguing over whose God is better. And then, Yaqub and Benjamin will just spring from the ground and start fighting each other. It'll be just like the old world legends. It's gonna be incredible. Good thing I didn't buy the wrong thing, because that would have been expensive. That would have been an expensive mistake. Now, I need a fire obstruction. Did you guys know that the Chinese Communist Party actually has a branch that is dedicated primarily to ensuring that their leaders live for up to, I believe they're going for 150 years. Chavez was diddling kids while doing civil rights? Say it ain't so! Oh, wait, the grass is green. I can't exactly pretend to be surprised about that one, honestly. Oh, was the article like a parody thing, or? Yeah, the article just opens up with, "Ha, you chuds fell for it. Comrade Chavez would never do anything wrong. He's a good boy." He wouldn't hurt anyone. Classic. annoys me? The bottleneck is now kerosene. Also, I like how that game lets you use a boat. Sorry. A ship. Derogatory. Wait, does Blackheart not have a general store? Maybe it was Captain's Quarters. It's a weird name though for your general store. Honestly though, I'd rather go to the slightly more specific store. Any liquid soap. Do you sell kerosene by any chance? Oh, and then you get the slightly less specific store where the guy just kind of, it'll just be like, you know, we might have that, we might have that. I can take a look in the back. Oh yeah, no, Caledon may just straight up have nothing in it. Ooh, Huan. Looks like there's some stuff going on over there. Ah, maybe not. For what it's worth, there were a bunch of guys over there, and it was natural that I'd be curious. Welcome, Mr. Demon. I'm just looking for components so I can finally finish building a flamethrower. Which I finally got the schematics for after, in all honesty, just actively looking for it. Because could not be bothered. Just could not be bothered anymore. Kerosene. Can have all the absinthe in the world. And sulfur pills. No one will sell me kerosene. The game's also kind of abusing the throwing counters at me right now. Like, I'm probably gonna just have to end up stopping by a, Ugh, finally! Also not bad, honestly. Probably not what I'd run as, like, a main gun, but, like... You know, for a meme, though, I can't really complain too much, honestly. You know, for a meme gun that frankly costs way too much to use. I'm not gonna go lose and sleep over it. Ideal gun of choice. I'm quite fond of my big guns, honestly. mechanized gun really just looks like a slightly more refined repeater rifle. Also, it's worth the 1,043 coins. It's like not terrible. It's just I don't know. I don't know if it's kerosene. He's not selling kerosene. Dang it! Oh, sell me the liquid soap, but not the kerosene. Guy'll sell me every single component but what I need. I can make the charged accelerator gun. And by extension, the high velocity pistol. Yeah, but I really like the big guns with the big cartridges, honestly. Those are some of my favorites. Okay, so I'm gonna drop a save here, because I want to test this on to see how good it is. Yeah, honestly, not too great. It's like, it's an okay weapon, I suppose, but like... The biggest issue is the fact it costs 6 bullets per shot. That's really hard to deal with. Like, 6 is a very high number of bullets to shoot. Honestly, I think this game would have benefited from reloading mechanics on its guns. It might have made the guns stand out a bit more. Kind of one of those simplifications that I think the game would have benefited not sacrificing from Fallout. In my personal opinion. just think it's just how. Anyways. Don't really know why they simplified the mechanics for this one. Okay, serious question. Why is it that all of a sudden nobody is selling kerosene? Like, anywhere. No, I think the crafting mechanics are fine, honestly. I actually kind of prefer the way the crafting is in this game, but it's just like... I kind of like the game is pretty one-to-one on most things, just like, you know... You need this item and you need this item, and then you make another item out of it. I kind of prefer it, because this game... The problem is if they added more items to the crafting recipes, it would bloat it. It would bloat your inventory management so much. It's not even funny. No, I'm saying I don't like the, I think the game would have benefited if they had, did the guns and magazines. By the way, the rarity of kerosene is the main reason why I never used fire obstructions. If kerosene is more common, I'd probably use it more. But it's not, so I don't. Don't tell me SOG has one. Oh my god. SOG was holding out on me. Or perhaps I should have just kindly asked. Anyways. Though the minimum strength requirements for this weapon is pretty high in comparison to the other stuff. So this kind of leave me wondering if it is even a good idea to try using the flamethrower, but may not even be an issue because flamethrower is pretty close range to my knowledge. How is the Tesla gun only worth 969 coins? How much is the flamethrower worth? Well, now I just gotta know. I like how there's just just items where it just feels like actual diminishing returns on just how much you get out of stuff. I hope the thing actually ends up being useful. That's like my main concern with this thing. You know, like it's gonna be less, oh cool, flamethrower, and more just like, ugh. Gun reskin. Because, like, one thing you gotta agree to about the original Fallout is that the original Fallout had some great weapon animations. Especially the death animations. I hear the flamethrower's not crazy good though. Which is unfortunate, honestly. Alright then, I think I have enough fuel to keep us going for a good bit. Now let's go camp outside of town for a couple of hours and then we'll head off back to Vendigroth. Hopefully figure out what's going on. Like, all I'm saying is I just hope that I get to see, like, an animation where, like, a guy's, like, you know, running around, screaming as he's, you know, burning alive, because... basically. It's kind of in part why I think it's kind of disappointing the game doesn't have like a steampunk minigun or whatever. Complain too much there. No, granted, I think it would have been nice if the flamethrower could have, like, you know, been used as, like, a fire obstruction, but, like, you're able to aim it easier. That would have made sense. In some capacity, giving Sog the balanced sword might have been a bad idea. Guy simply refuses. To let anything live long. Oh, this is the Vendigoth Thrones. I gotta go through here to find... I gotta find the Vendigoth device so that I can take it back home. So I can go take it to Nosridon and we can use it to successfully kill the big bat at the end. Now, this is the way forward. May not be a bad idea to drop a save for going in here actually, so I don't have to do the walk back. Yeah. Yeah, this stuff use the Tesla gun for these guys, cause robots. Oh frick, I can't tell which one's an enemy and which one's not! You know, it's like that meme, it's just like, I can't tell who's who! And then like, you actually shoot the real one, cause... Cause they're all about those bad plot twists. Anyways, yikes! That freaking hurt, jeez. proud to think that that's really all it was. Yeah, exactly. The burden of proof is on the person who's been duplicated. Frankly, though, it's their own fault for just not being, you know. You ever try, like, not having an evil doppelganger? It can't be that hard. I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, how many people are just gonna end up with an evil clone? I mean, come on.
That's the way to show those bastards. I mean, good hit, madam.
Hey, well that was that. Almost a little disappointing, really. Now, well, time to go see Nosodon. Guess there's not really much left to do. I mean, there's probably some miscellaneous quests I could go on ahead and do, but like, I feel like kind of just going through and finishing things off. ironic though how complicated a tech character run is. Part of me does kind of feel like it would be fun though to play through the game again someday. Finally be able to actually interact with the magic system. Alright, turn towards Thanatos. Destiny awaits. Unless Nasruddin has another errand to send me on, in which case will be on an extra stream or two after this. Yeah, I'm a good noodle. I'm a very good noodle. There really is just the part where there's nothing on this island that could possibly stand up to me at this point. On account of the fact that, heavy armor. Lots of robots. Also the half-ogre friend probably doesn't hurt either. Anyways. Oh, by the way, so apparently in this game, so the hat that Saga's wearing straight up gives him basically immunity to bullets. It's kind of wild, actually. You have to life me remember where it was and everything. Yes, like the technology in Arcanum has just straight up reached that level.
What are you doing here? I told you to meet me in the Ring of Brodgar. Make haste and I will join you there.
Jeez. Alright, I'm sorry, man. You don't gotta be all mean about it. I just kind of forgot. That's all. Don't worry, Corbin. You'll at least get to see the end of Arcanum, maybe. Anyways. Alright, Diablo. You have this night. Super. like it's it's now that I'm encountering mostly enemies who don't really have unique death animations. So I can't even see if I even get the immolation death on them. Which I think is probably a bit of a 50-50 thing. Wait a second, 7 versus 6. I definitely know what claw this is. Anyways, let's do the Zenko run. Probably a bit of a dumb question now. Sounds like you've been kind of having it a bit rough. Now, where's the Ring of Bondor? That may very well end up being around Roseboro. Does it say where the ring is, or? Frick. I guess I should go check over there. So I'll send this over and I'll put this over and call it on. Man, I'm gonna be so mad. Maybe I should stop at the Panaya Temple and let them know that their religion is fake. So guys, I'm not the chosen one, but I'm still a chosen one. You know, like it's gonna be like, you know, we can't send you to the void, or we can only, it's a one-way trip, so you don't get to come back afterwards. And then we just send one of the robots in to kill Aranax. Yeah, we gotta do it. We gotta do it. We gotta prove once and for all that technology is superior to magic. What's a little pollution in the name of scientific advancement? Anyways. Started southwest 30, southeast 40, northeast 20, southeast 15, northeast 30. Huh? It's like their coordinates. We're gonna drone strike our house now. Well, it's a strange tale lately. Late one night in the some men are strangely emanating from the ring. Not long after the ruckus ceased, a haggard, shriveled man arrived here, inquiring about a room for the night. The poor fellow looked quite a fright. What's so strange about him? He had quite an odd look to him, about him. Gaunt, clean-shaven, but with the features and clothing of a dwarf. Yet he could not possibly have been a dwarf. No dwarf I have ever heard of would sacrifice his beard to the knife. Even today, I cannot say I truly knew his race. It's kind of wild how Arcanum just goes the Tolkien style of dwarves, where it's just the beard is the sole personality trait. They really were the Reddit atheists of their time. He had no coin about him. I was just about to turn him away when he offered me an exceptionally fine dwarven blade as compensation. A beautiful piece. It was described the initial BMC. It fetched quite a price when he sold it. Did he say anything to you? The only other inquiry he made of me was the quickest route to Trent. I told him that it was not a lengthy journey and that he was in luck. The maiden voyage of the IFS Zephyr would be leaving from Caladan shortly. It was sure to be the quickest way to Trent. It was not luck that brought people aboard that doomed ship. Yes, the Zephyr was such an incredible tragedy. Oh yes, I let him know that he would need proper identification aboard. He looked the type to be lacking such, so according to the man I heard of in Caladan, Mr. Razia. Rather shady character, but hopeful when it comes to passports. Set up for the Zephyr, are you sure of this? He thanked me and went into his room. When I woke the next morning, he was gone. He did not say a word, just left. Oh, well, I wish it was... well, I told you it was a strange one. Anyway, this is the only person I know that would have been on that accursed flight. Okay, guess I can't really get anything now. So I'm guessing the Ring of Bradgar must be close by then. Considering the fact that Nasrudin and Aranax are mentioned a lot over here. Oh my god, who would dig up all these graves? I would never. I'm a good noodle. Not it cuts the footage of me digging up the graves. Many streams ago. Maybe I could ask a local? Maybe they could tell me where the Ring of Brogdor is. Maybe you don't want this ancient piece of technology that may very well be worth a small fortune to anybody with a strong enough hatred for mages. Honestly, it's the most racist weapon I've ever encountered. It was created with one purpose. To kill mages. Ah, the gift shop. Let's check over there. Look into them at the Ring of Brogdor. Tied up in that Panaya business, isn't it? Maybe I gotta go talk with the Panaya guys. I guess the Panaya Temple was gonna be my next destination then. Seriously, now Sudan knows where it is. Why could he not just tell me where it is? Yeah, it would have been nice if you could just been like, hey, by the way, Ring of Brogdor is like, oh, over here on your map. In this general area. Could have found it in like an hour. I swear, when we're launching satellites in a magic-free world, which is the world we currently live in, we just don't have satellites. Oh, we have our giant space lasers. Okay, so let's just drop a saver. Zero. This just gave me all these sermons are fake. If you find out what all this means, turn to me. Or was there anything else? Let's see if you can find all of this, what all this means, turn to me. If indeed my the blood of Manox is spilled for some darker plot, you can be assured that there will be retribution. I swear upon my life. That is strange. my friend. It seems fairly trivial. There are small differences in almost every translation. It's probably an honest mistake. Seems like we've all been deceived, my friend. It seems that your path no longer lies with us, but if you have the time, perhaps you could look into the message that was written on the inside of the card. Return if you find what it means. Otherwise, good luck to you. I hope you find the final place where supposed to know. Dang! I think I did just straight up convince this guy that religion is false, which it pretty much is, honestly. Let's see, did I put the book back by any chance? Justice. Says nothing of value here. Well, I'm not about the end here, but I also am trying to find the last place. Because supposedly... I gotta go to the Ring of Brogdor to finally clear up everything, but I don't know for sure what that is. Also, like how you can go to Half Ogre Island again if you want, but you can't go back to freaking... You can't go back to the freaking Isle of Despair. Anya, welcome! That's a demon. Or, but... I'm bad at keeping up with stuff, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No joke, there's literally nothing over there. I guess that's all it is. It's not really as much of an experiment as much as it's a propaganda campaign, but you know. Maybe we go to the cold place? I'm looking this up because I'm gonna be honest. I have found nothing so far on that one. I'm a bad girl. Oh wait, it's north of Roseboro? Okay, well, I was kind of in the right place. I guess just keep going north until eventually something happens. Oh my god, werewolves teaming up with regular wolves! Somebody keep like half of my friends away from them! So I guess just go north or... Oh! It was in Roseboro the whole time. This is what's called being slightly retarded anyways. Hey, an Osterman! I totally didn't get lost. Totally didn't get lost.
Are you prepared to face Arronax? Why are you delaying? Time is of the essence.
Just give me a minute. I gotta save first. Jeez.
Are you prepared to face Arronax?
Alright, let's do this.
Then it is time. May your gods accompany you to the other side and help you to stop Arronax.
I had gods? So this is Agartha. Interesting place. I'm just gonna equip my Tesla gun and we're gonna begin the purge. I apologize. But it's worth there was no FMV cutscene. Very disappointed, by the way. Shut up. Shut up, Colin. Shut up. Okay. civilization did I just find myself in? I'm just saying. It's like all of a sudden now tech is allowed by not allowed by the wizards. No, it's just like Aranax is just like, you know. Actually, I think technology is okay now because it gives me greater power, and then it turns into just like them actively being all, you know, technology bad. God, don't tell me that's what it's gonna turn into. I got a lot of points to throw in them now. What should I do with them now? I think about it. Think Socks is yet as well off as he can be. I'm just going on allocating skill points now, everyone. Now we're fighting cosmic jellyfish. I haven't seen these guys in a while, actually. See, that's what the enemies get for not having enough character points. Well, hold on, wait, no, not character points. They don't have enough. They didn't put enough points into electrical resistance. That's what you get for not wearing rubber-soled shoes. Cause that might have helped them. They might have though.
Many thanks for releasing me from my horribly lengthy incarceration, madam.
Release you? What are you talking about? I'm here to kill you.
Now, why would you want to do that?
The simple pleasure of watching you die. To stop you from returning to Arcanum and wreaking havoc.
I have no such fantasies of revenge. I have been imprisoned here for nearly 2,000 years, which is more than enough time to regret the mistakes of one's youth.
So if you're not doing all this, who is? Tell me your story.
Being that I am trapped in here, my opportunities to get information are, shall we say, a bit limited. On the rare occasion Kurgan has deigned to visit me to play his intellectual games, he has dropped some veiled clues that might make sense in light of what you've told me. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say Kurgan is impersonating me.
To what end?
It sounds as if these dark elves you mentioned have patterned themselves after the misguided philosophy of my youth. They are proving to be powerful allies in his quest to return to Arcanum, it seems. I doubt they would be willing to help Kurgan the Terrible return to exact his revenge.
Kurgan. The Kurgan you had banished?
Yes. When I first came here and realized what he was becoming, I attempted to stop him. Our battle was intense, yet brief. As you can see, I was not the victor.
Why didn't he kill you?
He wasn't powerful enough. He held me with this binding magic when I was regenerating. It looked as if I was correct as to the effects of his experimentation, though. His dark magics have transformed him hideously, in body and spirit.
So Kurgan is the one who needs to die.
I could not agree more. Let us join together to remove his vileness from both worlds.
I'm gonna always use more help!
Let us send Kurgan off to that death he finds so compelling, shall we?
So where do I find
I
him?
do not know. There is a portal in the room behind me. Perhaps we can use it to travel to the other parts of the void.
Let's ask some questions
What
over
is it
here.
that you wish of me then?
Why did you destroy Lindegroth?
When they began constructing their device to protect themselves from my unprovoked attacks, I lashed out without thinking and destroyed them all. My fear of what technology could bring was so pervasive, I never thought there was any other solution.
You sound as if you regret your actions.
Most certainly. I have had 2,000 years of my grievous errors in judgment replaying themselves in my mind. One tends to grow a bit of a conscience in all that time. I still think of my father and what I did to him. Even though he must bear a fair share of the blame for what happened, I do not think he deserved his fate.
How can you blame your father for what happened?
Do not misunderstand me. I take full responsibility for my actions.
He pauses dramatically.
How are one's actions determined, really? How is our view of the world shaped? Mine was shaped by arguably the most powerful individual in the world, my father. He raised me on tales of the righteous superiority of the elves and the destiny that brought us to rule over all the races.
Wild outcome here.
What is it that you wish of me then?
What up to you and Kurgan when you got here?
When I first came here and realized what he was becoming, I attempted to stop him. Our battle was intense, yet brief. As you can see, I was not the victor.
You just attacked him outright.
I was a bit full of myself back then. All the damage and death I had caused had not even scratched the surface of my conscience at the time. Full of blind rage and arrogance I was. What is it that you wish of me then? What are your questions?
Where's the Black Mountain Clan?
I do not know. I would assume the gate they are building is located somewhere near Kurgan's castle.
I forgot they had dwarves down here. Lot of dwarves. The questionable number of dwarves. How they got here, I'll never know.
I do not know much, but what I do know is that there used to exist some sort of civilization here, and the world was not broken up into distinct land masses. I do not know if some ancient war destroyed this realm, or if it was the doing of one of the heinous villains the Council banished.
The council didn't even know what the void was.
It seems irresponsible in hindsight, but at the time they felt the void was oblivion. Nothing was supposed to be over here.
So basically, they just treated the void like it's here. It's like, no wonder the void sucks when, the council's treated like it's their own freaking interdimensional trash can to throw everything they don't like. I like how nobody's necessarily in the right in this game.
What is it that you wish of me then?
And Sarah, never mind.
What may I do for you?
Shall we trade?
What may I do for you?
I'd like to know something about you. Let's take a look here. Level 50 elf. It's pretty decent in my. Let's see how his magic is. He's got like mid-level fire magic. A lot of force. You'd figure he'd know disintegrate though. I'm in love with you guys. This is the guy that soloed Vendigroth? I am unbelievably disappointed, honestly. Like, no, seriously, this guy soloed Vendigroth. Guy's got some fire magic. Like, yeah, man, I don't even think they'd let you into any magical school. Hogwarts would laugh at your application. And those guys have 0 standards. Oh well. At least Aranox is kind of pretty. But that's all he has going for him. Let's continue. Also, this is not the turn I was expecting. No, I guess Big Ominous Castle isn't exactly the least likely place he'd be. So now what I unlock? Let's put a single point into dodge. And I just walk up to him and just like, hey buddy. Ever hear of electrical resistance? And he's just like, what the frick is that? And then just one shot him. Ah, fuck. Well. And the point is that enemies probably don't have any electrical resistance in this game, and thus probably do take a fair bit of extra damage from it. I would have given you a spare balanced sword if I knew you were gonna be here, by the way. Like, seriously, I mean it. I'm a good team lead. I just don't always consider these things. It's very easy to forget, you know. It's not looking too good right now. And I have a bit of a bad feeling right now. My map is gonna be useless in here. Well, that chest is locked.
What is it that you want of me? Yes, of course. What would you like me to do? What is it that you want of me? What can I answer? What is it that you want of me? Yes, of course. What would you like me to do? I don't like leaving you alone.
Identify shield, identify dagger, assortment of drums. Not really anything I need here. That's a very spooky shield, however. I don't think I want it though. It's too spooky. It scares me.
What is it that you want? I'm ready to get...
It makes me feel very unsafe.
It is done. What is it that you want of? I'm ready to get going when you are.
Oh wait! I just give these to Aranox. He does need something after all.
What may I do for you?
Okay, listen, Aranox, not exactly in a spot where we can... Guys, you just gonna refuse to use them anyways. I'll just leave them in your inventory just in case. I'll even give you the flamethrower. Just an ancient elf wizard. Introduce him to modern technology. You show him an iPhone or whatever, and he's just like, "Oh my God, what is that ogre doing to that poor woman?" And it's just, it's a classic moment. It's a classic moment. Considero, como se llaman.
underestimated our opponent. I am dying.
I did not expect that. Hey, somebody get Iron Axe back up. We need him still. Kind of. Not really, though. Remember, this is Arcanum. Death is not exactly the only way things can turn out. To trade. Oh my god, he has a... Oh my god! He's actually got a quote for it! Let's go! Many thanks for returning me to the land of living. Quite an inconvenience, the whole death thing, you know. It's beneath mentioning earlier when you judged with me again. Freaking Aranax! I know, that's kind of a surreal moment. I came here specifically to kill him, and now I'm fighting alongside him to kill another guy. And I just resurrected him with my very limited resurrections. Of all the people that end up dying, Aranax. Just Aranax. Also, where are those dwarves? Good luck, Mr. Dark Champion. Alright, the Dark Champion's mostly a physical guy. I'm gonna be honest, so far throughout the game, one thing I will say is a bit unfortunate. The game does kind of lack in some enemy types that are at least kind of common. But I'll be honest, I've got like single digit times I feel like when I actually encountered an even vaguely competent mage. Like, mages in this game do not show up very often. And honestly, you don't really feel much when they do show up. None of the eliminated decoys suddenly take damage. You step on a trap or something? Supposed to see the portal that the dwarves are building. But where are they? Oh. Oh no. That's a lot of dead dwarves. Wait, are those guys coming right towards us? Oh, frick, I think they are. Look, I have enough components to make a lot of stun grenades. Also, the allied AI definitely could be better. Uh-oh. I would have been in my best interest to invest in some repair skills, but well, I didn't, and this is just where we're at now. Anyways. Let's go see if these dwarves have any money on them. Figures. The only dwarves I can find in this entire place. And none of them have even a single coin on them. I swear. They don't even have some shoes I can put on some power lines so I can claim this one. Instead, they're just like, oh, well. This guy's called a bludgeoner. He bludgeons. Unfortunately for him, my guy is also bludgeoned. I just find it funny how Arnox is honestly weirdly mid. Yeah, like this guy's like an ancient wizard. You'd think. You know, you'd think. But he just isn't. Someone from the other side has come. Who are you? I am Ganjar Silverhammer. Tell me, did Stenar reach you? Yes, but he died before he could tell me what was happening. Stenar, he hangs his head for a moment. How did he die? He perished in a horrible Zeppelin crash. The Zeppelin, what is that? It's an airship, a boat that flies suspended under a large balloon. What? I've never heard of such a thing. How's this possible? The world has changed greatly since you've been here. No doubt driven by dwarven ingenuity and technological advances. After Bates' engine, the humans began developing machines. So our folly haunts us once again. If only we had harnessed that boy's ideas, what might have been. Well, that is all of no consequence now. If we hadn't made some error in judgment, the Dark Elves would exploit another clan would have. Can you tell me about what happened? The Dark Elves have been lying in wait looking for a way to bring some dwarves over to this side. They knew the technology would eventually weaken the wards to the point of failure, but they decided to accelerate the process. They needed a machine to open the rift back up by destroying the already weakened wards. An elf could make a machine to save his life. And Bates made a steam engine. Exactly. Somehow they convinced King Loghair to banish us. We were shocked, to say the least. But our king had spoken. We were told our banishment was to the Isle of Despair, but this is where we ended up. We can only assume our king knew nothing of their true intent. I don't believe he did. As soon as we arrived here, we were beaten mercilessly and thrown in chains. As our work progressed in the gates, Stenar formulated a plan. As soon as the gate had any functionality, he would go through and attempt to warn the other side. We knew that his absence would be noticed, and that they would try to stop him. He began preparations to disguise himself as a gnome. He starved himself to the point of sickness, and when the gate was near readiness, he shaved his beard. We believed the full responsibility for what had befallen us was his. He would do whatever he thought was necessary to make things right, even that. And up they went though. They tortured some of the clan to force us to reveal his plans, but we wouldn't break. We knew they needed us to finish the gate, and we had been disabling the gate in various ways for months. For all they knew, we still had months ahead of us to finish the thing. And we could have been finished months before. They killed half the clan in an effort to force us to talk. We still did not break. And now we are all that is left of our once great clan. I'll return to free you when I've killed those responsible. You know, I hope these guys understand that in killing like 80% of their workforce, they have massively reduced the speed at which this device is going to finish completion. I sincerely hope they understand the actual consequences of what they've done.
It is done.
Like, seriously, there's some consequences here. They may not be obvious, but they're there. Well, you gotta remember, you know, this is Tolkien dwarves, you know.
What is it that you want of me? I'm ready to get...
Shaving their beard is, like, honestly, like, you know, if it comes to shaving your beard and just straight up dying, you might take the latter, honestly. I wasted a fate point for this. A bottle of sulfur pills. I wasted a fate point for a bottle of sulfur pills. Also, geez, they got some wild stuff in here. It really wasn't as much torture as much as they just wanted to ensure as much pain as possible as they died. Yeah, unfair, but, you know, that's just how this stuff works. I'm just gonna say, he had to kill the dwarves because they were threatening to unionize. to be done. There's a lot of things that are allowed in this world. Unionized dwarves, however. Simply beyond the pale right there. Well, that's a death. Something of an unfortunate death, but a death all the same. Okay, Virgil has like 2 more revives on him, so I think we're good in that regard. It's also just dawned on me that Virgil's been fighting with the railroad spike this entire time. I shall let him keep it. But one small mercy I can offer to pitiful mages such as himself. Also, this is pretty, yeah, no, this is pretty rough, not gonna lie. Still haven't lost anyone yet. Certainly have come close though. May have been a good idea for me about looking at maybe getting some more stun grenades prepped for this. Unfortunately, I'm basically down to my last stun, which is far from ideal. I got some other decent grenade types, but... Okay, Virgil's holding on to one. And some stearic acid, let's go! Okay, we're still in the game. For now, at least. I guess Virgil used one of the magic beans to heal me. I can't remember what you bought them for. All I know is they were worth they definitely came in clutch pretty well. I'm a little bit nervous about Sog's balanced sword might break. And more stearic acid. Okay, this is good. I can make... two more rounds of stun grenades.
Greetings. Long have I waited for your arrival, and finally this moment has come. I am Kurgan, first of the Necromancers, Voyager in the lands of the dead.
I see. Not exactly the person I originally expected.
I would think not. Although the presence of Aranax tells me you already know much of my tale. At least as much as he deemed necessary in order to bring...
Miles, what time is it even? I've heard his side of the story. Tell me yours.
My life in the world you call Arcanum seems so very distant. The memories clouded like those of a child. And the child I was then, probing the darker magics, given glimpses of the truths yet to come.
Let's see. The council. But they write about the magics. Look at you.
Yes, look at me. And what do you see? A monster. An abomination.
I mean, look, for what it's worth, you know, like, some people look at you like, you know, you're like, what, like 7 feet right now?
Princess Stadium.
Some would say you made it, like, you
My
know.
vision is clear because of those magics.
You wouldn't be a genetic dead end if only it wasn't for the fact that, you know, everything's probably necrotic downstairs, because, you know, necromancy. But they punished, they punished you. What would you think, then?
In your world, your Arcanum, I was powerful. Perhaps the most powerful human magician who has ever been. But to humans, cursed with our shortness of life, our brevity, what is this power? What can be learned in that impermanent spark that is our lives? Nothing. But here, in this so-called prison, there are no limits. There is no end.
So you just not die when you get banished to this place?
This place, this void, has no time as you know it. I've been here for more than 2,000 of your years, and yet I've aged not at all. I feel as I did the moment they sent me here, or as when the Dark Elves first called to me. Do you now see? Here I can do
No idea, but not much logo.
but I am unfettered by the chains of
Fair.
mortality that
That is a fair statement. But the Dark Elves thought they were calling to Aranax.
Yes, I know. Ironic, isn't it? It was on my ears that their feeble and pathetic cries had fallen. To me, Kurgan, who had defeated their master and thrown him in chains. Kurgan, who had manipulated them into subverting the Munari and weakening the walls. Kurgan, who used them to send me the dwarves of the Black Mountain clan, who have now finished the bridge back to Arcana.
But why? If you like it so much here, then leave us alone.
I truly wish I could. My reasons for returning aren't what you'd think. I had no aspirations for power or domination like your companion Aranax did. Aspirations that I became the victim of. No. Those are the motivations of the living, and I no longer place myself among them.
Oh, by the way, buddy, it's really hard understanding what the, you know, the freaking voice thing, I'm just saying. You sound really quiet. Anyways, what is it that you do want? And he just answers. Latinas.
If only I could show you the places I've seen, you might understand the things I say. I've been to the desolate lands, wandered by those souls who still see the lands of the living, but wear the cloak of the dead. Blind to their own ends, they cry, passing through one another like shadows in the dying to the day. I've traveled to where souls rot in torment.
It's the only reason this guy is trying to leave this place where he's immortal.
Clinging to memory, regrets of the flesh. I saw that this prison was of their own making, and the key was in unknowing, in release. And still, I traveled on. And finally, I came to the place where souls go to die, where the mirrored and worn spirits fall into an endless sea of gray, mirrored glass. And I lowered myself within, and lay there among them, and I almost did not return. And do you know what I found there? There, among the silent and battered shells of the innumerable, peace, enlightenment, truth. Only then did I realize that this place, this life, is an abomination, a horrible distortion of the natural order. This life, who mothered pain and fear and envy, these twisted children who exist only because we are here to feed them, to nourish them. This life, this afterthought, a disturbance, a mere ripple in that great, dead sea, not even the cause, but merely an effect, sending these souls upward, screaming for release from the day they are torn from their waters. The effect of what? I do not know, nor do I care. Have you ever spoken with the dead? Called to them from this side? Pull them from their silent rest? Do you know
I see a nipple.
that they feel? Pain.
I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure I see a nipple on this image.
This reminder of the chaos from which they have escaped. Pain and having to live. There will be no more pain. There will be no more chaos. I see your soul, traveler. It screams.
It's like basically invisible, but at the same time.
Do you feel its pull? Do you hear its wailing? It is within my power to calm these waters.
The good old days back when you could have casual nudity in a game, but it's art. I suppose that is a different way to look on things. So basically, he hates the very concept of life.
I can no longer tolerate the atrocities that this thing, this life has brought about. There will be peace. There will be quiet. Life will no longer be. And so I go to Arcanum to be an end to it. And then I will join the souls of the dead when it is done.
It comes from an interesting philosophical perspective, but at the same time, a little. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be honest. That cutscene is like, God, it's kind of trippy and kind of scary at the same time. A few more questions before I continue. Tell me about the Dark Elves of the Black Mountain Clan.
The Dark Elves began calling across the void soon after Aronnax had vanished. By the time their feeble cries were heard, their master was already defeated and imprisoned. Pretending I was he, I masterminded the manipulation of the Panari, coerced the Dark Elves into betraying the trusts of Logair and the Wheel Clan, and had the Black Mountain Clan sent to me.
And what's the Black Mountain Clan been doing?
The Black Mountain Clan was brought here because of the nature of technology and magic. The walls which bind the
By the way, you know what the weirdest part about this is? So I'm pretty sure Kurgan is the guy who made that laboratory that was in
walls.
the Stonecutter clan's place. You know, the guys who are forever stuck in a maintenance closet because they just refuse to get out.
Of course.
I keep trying to get my friends to play games that are old, but they never want to play them. Tell me about you came to be here.
I was the first of the necromancers, and the activities. The council was going to exile me, but Aronax, in his hatred of me, convinced their banishment was more appropriate for my so-called crimes. They banished me soon afterward.
Let's see, a few more questions. Something happened with Aronax.
Aronax was banished here only a few years after I was. After seeing how powerful I'd become, he raised a ragged army against me. But his efforts were useless. I destroyed his army and threw him in chains. A fitting end for him, and a reward for his endless arrogance.
Okay, a few more questions. None for now. What is it you want to do?
I can no longer tolerate the atrocities that this life has brought about. There will be peace. There will be quiet. Life.
You're not one there. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And so I go to Arcanum to be an end to it. And then I will join the souls of the dead when it is done.
So basically, he's gonna kill everybody in Arcanum, and then he's going to die because he almost died once, and it felt really good. I'm gonna be honest. I think you just like being choked, Kurgan. That really is just how it is. I think this entire thing is predicated on the fact that you just like being choked. All this bloodshed didn't have to happen. Well, one guy just really had a thing for this. Let's see, an interesting point of view. I can see the Meredith Holt.
I realize that you follow the way of the righteous, or at least that's the role you've decided to play. But you've yet to see the other side. Follow me, and I'll show you things you've never imagined.
It always is, Coburn. It always is. Now, I'm just saying, your point is merit. I'd love to argue the philosophical side of it, but I also know that... I mean, come on! We're talking about an Omni side here. You know, it's like... Come on! Realistically, I'm not gonna sit down and be all, oh man... Yeah, I'm not gonna clutch my pearls on things and be like, you're just unabashedly evil. But misguided, however, isn't necessarily out of the question, and I think you can be fixed with a few thousand years of therapy. Listen, we can help you through this. You should see a session when it starts. It all started when my dad beat me with a spiked bat.
I'll send you to that great dead sea, and then you shall know.
And Kurgan isn't immune to stun. That's almost disappointing in a way. Bullet sponged! This is ridiculous! Did somebody actually hit him with shrink? Dude! Oh, frick! That's not how I expected him to go, honestly. Somebody actually hit him with shrink, though. That's wild. That is actually wild. Yeah, I think I can still take a couple of hits. Also, it is a very good thing I got all those stun grenades, because I'm gonna be honest. That definitely gonna turn into a problem, I think. Okay, alright, gotta use the thing. Then the grab device engage! Oh my, oh god, that is a lot of spikes. I have no clue what that did, but whatever. Big bad eagle guy dealt with. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. This portal design is actually really sick. Now that we get a like a look, like looking at it in progress, that is a sick portal design.
The defeat of Lucan and his henchmen, coupled with your freeing of the post of Bessie Tomb, enabled Shrouded Hills to grow and become a thriving community once again. A new silver vein is discovered in the old Bessie Tomb mine. Workers pour into town by the dozens, and within a few years, Shrouded Hills is a bustling boom town. Such towns often have problems keeping the peace. Shrouded Hills has no such trouble, mainly due to the efforts of their new sheriff, Doc Roberts. Because you convinced the mayor of Blackwood to rejoin Cumbria, there's a small struggle between Maximilian and the Industrial Council concerning...
I'm a little bit afraid of.
Maximilian was determined to defend his own, and he was successful in doing so. Under the protection of their new king,
Let's see if...
Blackroot grew into one of
Wait,
the
I can just
most important cities in all of our kingdom.
Let's see if I can just do this. Do not appreciate the high volume there. Or the low volume. Oh. Well, that's disappointing. I didn't get to watch the endings because they had to change the thing around. Yeah, Winters. I won. Everyone's still alive? Alright, let's go. Alright. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't really know what's up with that whole thing. Actually, options. Maybe there's an option though. Kind of unfortunate that of all the things that happened there, freaking the ending got messed up because of freaking cutscenes or whatever. I do not like the noises these monsters are making. Yeah, Virgil's still alive.
What is it that you want of me?
So you're gonna yank that, yank that, that. Like that, okay, let's do this. Yes, I'm gonna do the boss fight again specifically so that I can actually enjoy the ending screen.
Seems we've underestimated our opponents. I am...
Greetings. Long have I waited? I would think not. Although I know that you've already spoken with Arronax, so you probably know much of my tale. And you've killed him as... Powerful you are. Yeah. This place, this void. If only I could show you the place. I see. I can no longer tolerate the atrocities that this thing... Am I? As well you should. There are those who would look at all that has happened to you, and that only bothers you because you... And why not? I shall send you to that great dead sea, and then you shall know.
Wait, what if I go here? I'm actually kind of curious now. Okay, that didn't work. That didn't work. Okay, I gotta redo that because they actually do an Arnox spiel out at the end. Is the autosave? No, it's the autosave. Alright then. So, everyone's still alive. Of acceptable HP, we're managing. Okay, so I need to grab the extra supplies from Sog. And from Virgil.
What is it that you want of me?
Yeah, it's just like, you gotta remember one thing about Arcanum, and that's that it's a classic Obsidian game. Though this game wasn't made by Obsidian, that was more of a pure Troika thing, but... I don't love the same development team, though. Also, it's almost upsetting at how bad the ally pathing is. Like, allies know to, like, attack the nearest enemy, but they don't quite go for, like... I don't know, they don't. They attack, like, they attack the enemy that they just decided they're gonna start ganging up on. Rather than attacking the nearest thing. So it's like, rather than focusing on DPS, they just focus on whatever that is. Okay, so we're gonna save over at the autosave. By the way, it really should be noted just how much damage these Legionnaires are doing. It's actually it's actually pretty absurd how much damage they're doing. Cause you gotta remember, if an enemy's able to do like any damage to me right now, with my current setup at least. It's high, it's very high damage. Okay, so Kimmy noted that this gun does have the potential to one-shot one of these guys. It just generally doesn't. You gotta remember, double damage when you're only doing 1 damage is still only 2 damage. Okay, so I cock out the remainder of the stun grenade. I need more sulfur.
What is it that you want of me?
Yes, I saw Peter. Alright then, more grenades than we had last time. This is good. This is good.
Greetings. I would think not. Although the presence of Aranax tells me you already know much of my tale. Very well. In Arcanum, perhaps it is just the way of you. That's Aaron. My studies were of the souls of the dead. The bodies I experience. And who are you or they to judge me? Yes. This place, this void, has no time as you know it. If only I could show you the places I see your soul. I can no longer tolerate the atrocities that this thing. Am I? It all depends on your point of view. Take yourself, for example. You've been told from the beginning of your adventure that you're the second coming of Nazrudin, the return of the living one. Very well. I shall send you to that great dead sea, and then you shall know.
Now let's hope this actually works this time. It's not that good time to take that deal. I mean, yeah, that's fair, honestly. That's fair. Look, I'm not going to say that there isn't merit in Embrace of the Void. I'm just saying that this guy's kind of like, you know, it's immoral to make that choice, that decision for everyone. Anyway, so this is basically the situation where now, Big Bad Evil Guy is getting bullied by my half-ogre slave, my automatons.
Splendid! I applaud your talent at smiting fools.
Yeah, it's bad time for him. He's having a very bad time. He's your average anti-natalist. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so I'm gonna use a fate point. Critical success in next attack. Critical failure in next opponent attack. Nah. Let's do critical success. Well, I wanted to be the one to kill him, but I guess this is not how things roll sometimes. Can I just like... I guess not. Alright, fine. Guys, out of the way. We defeated the bad guy! Nah, I'm gonna... I'm gonna say it again. Love this freaking steampunk portal design. It's absolute. This is absolutely peak. You can't tell me otherwise. This is absolutely peak.
There, Thunderstone never returned to his people.
No clue of
Under
anything that's going
distraught and
on.
confused, Ranver assumed leadership over the Wheel Clan. Without the strong king, the Dwarven clan splintered, and a bloody war followed. In time, Ranver gathered enough followers to put an end to the conflict, but the dwarves were never the same again, secluding themselves forever from the outside world. Yet, after all of this, Arcanum is still what it always was. A place of possibility. A place of change. One thing is certain, and that is that nothing at all is ever certain in this place. Who's to say what the future holds for the land we call Arcanum?
Did I get another bugged ending? Okay, now I'm curious. Let's look it up. It's a weird. Okay, so it's freaking hardware. Why does hardware acceleration break everything? You ever notice that? Like, hardware always breaks. Hardware acceleration breaks everything. Also, it says over here, join Kurgan flag bug. I don't think that's a bug. Like, it overrides all other ending conditions. Of course it would. Because... Okay, so, my best understanding is, should I just watch? The issue in there is that it's not necessarily the ending, it's just... Screw it. Let's take a look here. Let's look at this up. Okay, you know what? Let's just watch the Arcanum ending slides. Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, we're gonna watch it on YouTube. I have no clue what the contents of this video are. It's 5 minutes long, so I'm assuming the person just got a lot of good endings. I was playing a good noodle this one. Okay, I was playing a good noodle this one. It's even crunchier! Let's go! Even crunchier! Look, in my opinion, peak aged like milk is still peak.
Because you delivered the secret ingredient to Jungle Dun, he perfected his alchemical process and eventually found a way to make gold from common lead. Needless to say, he became the richest man in all of Arcanum. The defeat of Lucan and his henchmen, coupled with your freeing of the ghost of Bessie Toon, enabled Shrouded Hills to grow and become a thriving community once again. A new silver vein is discovered in the old Bessie Toon mine, Workers poured into town by the dozens, and within a few years, Shrouded Hills is a bustling
I know to support a lot of that
Such
place.
towns often have problems keeping the peace. Shrouded Hills has no such trouble, mainly due to the efforts of their new sheriff, Doc Roberts. Don Throg, because of the advice that you gave him, became a leading political activist in the fight for Orcish rights.
That's not what
In
happened.
time,
But then
he
again, I
legalized
never
Orcish
called myself. I
rebellion,
never called myself a good.
secured the
I
vote
didn't say
for
I was
all
good the entire
citizens,
run.
regardless of race or gender, and became the champion of equal rights and justice in Durant. Before long, he was begrudgingly voted into the Industrial Council, and in a few years, he sat at its head. Following the deaths of Pollock and Darian Morg, the Boyle was demolished and then built anew. The Bentley was renovated and became the most elegant hotel in Tarrant. The owner, the Honorable Mr. Caleb Malloy, is often seen mixing drinks for his guests in the hotel bar. Maximilian was returned to Durnholm, and all of Cumbria rejoiced in the return of their rightful king. Under the new rule of Maximilian, Cumbria quickly grew into a powerful nation, embracing both magic and technology. And once again, the proud banner of the Dragon Knights flew from the ramparts of Durnholm Castle, set there by their new captain, Liana Peldar. Because of your outstanding efforts in negotiating the terms for Caledon's membership into the Unified Kingdom, as well as the wise governing policies of Don Throg, Caledon and Tarrant became equally prosperous. There is peace for many years in Arcanum. Because you convinced the mayor of Blackroot to rejoin Cumbria, there is a small struggle between Maximilian and the Industrial Council concerning ownership of the town. Maximilian was determined to defend his own, and he was successful in doing so. Under the protection of their new king, Blackroot grew into one of the most important port cities in all of Arcanum. Under the continued leadership of Loghaire Thunderstone, the Wheel clan came out of seclusion and rejoined the world. Loghaire himself lived for more than 800 years, and songs are still sung about his bravery and courage. Khan Karai of the Bedokan made a lasting peace with the elves of Kintara, and together they rid the glimmering forests and the dark fens of poachers.
There is a lot of stuff that I definitely did not do in my
In
run.
time, the Bedokan
Which I
became
think
more
should be a
civilized,
testament to just how big this
sharing
game
the
is,
wonders
honestly.
of the new age. Upon returning to Arcanum, Arronax buried his father on the Isle of Varnatus. Later he traveled to the Vendigroth Wastes, and there used his powers and single-handedly raised the city from the ruins it had become. Vendigroth again became a place of awe and wonder. Yet, after all of this, Arcanum is still what it always was. A place of possibility. A place of change. One thing is certain.
Did the Fogbots
and
get the
that
right to
is
vote
that
for they
nothing at
fought
all
so
is
valiantly?
ever certain
They did not
in
know.
this place. Who's to say what the future holds for the land we call Arcanum?
But yeah, so that was Arcanum. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I think I really can label Arcanum as one of my favorite games currently. It has a lot of scuff. It is unfortunately not finished. It will never be finished. And Troika Games unfortunately did not go very well. Honestly, it breaks my heart. Keep in mind, that was not an elf city. That was Vendigroth. That was actually a human city, I believe. It's heavily implied, though, that Aranax just straight up raised everyone to the city from the dead. Oh, 100% you should play Arcanum. Look, in my personal opinion, Arcanum is genuinely good. It deserved so much better than it got, but like, and I'm gonna be honest. On one hand, I'm happy that nobody's touched the IP, but on the other hand, it is kind of sad that nobody's touched the IP. You know. Now that's currently in the hands of freaking Activision, so that's not going anywhere. Maybe. And one of these days I will do another run of Arcanum as well, because I'm gonna be honest, you gotta remember, Arcanum has like a lot of different ways you can play. There's a lot of ways you can build a character. It probably is better this way. I guess there's just that part of me that thinks, wouldn't it be interesting if maybe they could get like, I don't know, Chris Avalon or something on it? But even then, I don't even know for sure if Chris Avalon could handle it, because like, you know, you gotta remember, things change, people change. The world of today is not the same as it was, and even the people change, you know? And eek. Atheist Dragon, my magic and Vanguard at the end. Look, all I'm saying though is, there is a vibe about wearing power armor and watching as your robot army goes and beats up the final boss, who like turns into like a weird skeleton dragon thing, while you're throwing stun grenades at it and they're freaking working somehow. That's insane. I love it. It's incredible. And like you're shooting freaking, and you're shooting like you're shooting with the Tesla cannon. Yeah, science won out in the end. Joke's on them. I did basically nothing. It's fun, okay? It's very fun. Yeah, no, it's really fun. It's really fun. Just the fact that it just kind of ended this way. This game's just really fun. I really don't know what else to say about it. It's a fun time, and I wish. Nah. Let's keep it our secret. Let no others know of this. It's a great game, and it's because it's great that we need to hide it from them. We need to hide it from the unclean masses. Keep it from those who would encroach upon it. No. Let the monkey's paw stay open. Instead, we'll have to make our own IPs. No one has to know. No one has to know. The greatest game ever was made by Troika in 2001. It was released in 2001 on August 22nd by Troika Games. The IP is owned by Activision, but don't let them know. Don't let Activision know. Because if they know, they'll ruin it. Okay, so as for the next game, I'm debating between Neverwinter Nights and Morrowind. Now, if I do Neverwinter Nights, that's gotta turn into a full playthrough of every Elder Scrolls game starting from Morrowind. And we're skipping Elder Scrolls Online because I don't feel like... I don't like it on this. For what it's worth, I've played Morrowind before on stream and never played Neverwinter Nights at all, so maybe starting off with Neverwinter Nights may not be a bad call to go for. Look, I know Neverwinter Nights is basically just pre-KOTOR KOTOR. Which, in all honesty, is gonna be like either kind of disappointing because I'll be honest, I do not think BioWare really did all that great with the original KOTOR. That is my unpopular opinion. I think the original KOTOR is overrated. And I will stand by that opinion because... Did they? Interesting. Anyways. No, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Give me the what? The Tyrod what pass? What'd I say? Oh, no, okay. No. Hayton was. Banned for unmoderated chat. I think I'll do Neverwinter Nights, honestly. That might be the most realistic option. Besides, Farsight's trying to force me to get into his D&D stuff, and I think I might take him up on it just because, you know. May not be a bad call. Call Naravar. Oh, you're not going in this time. No, it's fine, it's fine. I just, you know. I just expected somebody else, you know. But don't worry, I'm sure you're very good, you know, good with a spear. That's not me trying to be offensive. That's just what you people do. That's the royal you. And my personal favorite though was the Khajiit one because that's when you could hear the AI somehow managed to have him sounding scared. He's just like, you're who? I don't know. I kind of just ad-libbed it there. I don't know how much of it I actually got right. Kind of just got a couple of the main jokes in. Anyways. This is a very good place to stop. So, I'm gonna raid out the temp. Who's currently playing some stuff with Razor. And, so, the main takeaway here. Anonymous, thank you for the $50 tip. Yes, they're playing Over the Top World War I. I'm not familiar with the movie. Well, that's fine, that's fine. Main takeaway. Play Arcanum. But don't tell your friends. Because the fewer people know, the better. Also, if you have any modding experience, mod Arcanum. There's like no voice acting in this game. I don't know how it is that you always choose like the worst freaking games possible to. You always pick the hardest games you can possibly mod. Like, why do people not mod? Why do people never mod this stuff, you know? Anyways. Best game ever, take another life! Arcade games are made for it, maybe. I just think it'd be cool if they did. Replaces newspaper headlines with ones from the end. Dude, that'd be hilarious. Yeah, but not enough. Like, I'm just over here like, dude, you don't even need, like, actually, like, you don't have to, like, hire a voice actor or deal with janky player voice stuff. Morrowind and Oblivion I'll leave alone because I've never played them. Skyrim, however, will be, at least I'll mod the gameplay. I don't know if I'm going to do any, like, story mods, though, because, like, I don't want to go too far into this stuff, and I'll be honest. I can't stress how much time I've put into Skyrim over the years. And the answer's too much, though. Yeah, the day got mod will probably have to happen. At any rate, it was good. It was a good Azure shot. Yeah, they rolled up into the boss's chamber, talked a little bit of philosophy with them, and then I proceeded to throw a bunch of stun grenades at him while my robot army beat him to a bloody pulp. Frankly, he didn't stand a chance. He did not stand a chance. It was incredible, honestly. I'll play all of Neverwinter Nights. Don't worry. Look, guys, you gotta remember, I generally try to get out as much out of a game as I can get out. There's some games that are just so big I can't get everything out, though, because, like, otherwise they're gonna be streaming it for, like, ever. Because Arcanum not a lot, though. Arcanum was a very beefy game. Anyways. Maybe? I don't know. Anyways. Some things are so big I can't squeeze everything out. Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna raid into Temp tonight. So I guess that is all. Tomorrow we'll be doing some more Menace. And I guess with that, thank you all very much for watching. And I will see you guys next time. So, good night.